1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10.
Testing 1 2 1 2. Can you turn yours on and make sure that we don't have on the same freak? Check check check. Yeah, no, we're fine.
No, you want me on this one, right?
No, Aaron's gonna grab that one. All right.
Check, check.
No worries. many barriers in the care, especially with the quality of life and balance between the medical need and the quality of life in that future. And also would like to thank all the vendors that helping us to get this event going, especially with the Hurons who sponsor our snack today, and the Vertex who sponsor our mentor for the CFCAR this year. Alright. And then, as you know, I would never forget my great team that helping me bringing this event to come to life. And this is all our team that's here with us today. They also have some our team that unfortunately couldn't make it today, but as you know, we've been working as a team. We are hard workers who work for the best care of our patients and our families. Thank you. All right. Just to get started, I'd like to welcome Dr. Nizo, who is our psychologist. She has been working with our cystic fibrosis patient, and she's the advocate for our safe care at Charles Children's Hospital. Thank you, Dr. Nizo.
Good afternoon, everyone. Okay. I am so excited to be here this afternoon to share some of psychology's participation and role with our CF patients. And like any good psychologist, I have some demonstrations that we're going to be doing. So I'm going to go through the PowerPoint part of my hour very quickly so that we can get to the hands-on demonstration part. So the title of my talk this afternoon is Coping with Cystic Fibrosis, from the bunny hill to the double black diamonds. I love snow and skiing, and so I thought this would be a particularly useful metaphor as we talk about different transitions from infancy to adulthood. So as you know, advances in cystic fibrosis medicine has contributed to improved survival. But with that improvement, we have additions to an already complex self-management regimen. And of course, we also have complications towards quality of life. And it's always important to try to balance adhering to medical regimens with quality of life. Time of diagnosis usually takes place during infancy. So 50% are diagnosed by 6 months of age, and 70% by 1 year of age. So this is a lifelong chronic medical condition that begins in infancy. Treatments tend to target symptoms, and so of course we have the chest physiotherapy, medications, the recommendation for increased caloric intake, taking fat-soluble vitamins. If one should develop CF-related diabetes, then there's the increased medical regimen, which would include glucose monitoring and tracking carbohydrate intake. And if one were to develop CF-related liver disease, then again, you also have the increased oral bile acid and medications that go along with that. So as you can see, on a daily basis, patients with cystic fibrosis are having to spend quite a bit of their time managing their illness. It's a very complex daily medical regimen. The regimen increases as patient ages and develops more complications. And adherence is a very difficult thing to measure. Right now in the literature, we tend to measure adherence through and 15 to 23% meet their dietary treatment needs. So there's a lot of work that we can do to try to figure out what are the barriers to adherence and how we can balance adherence with quality of life. Older children and adolescents tend to be lower on adherence during that developmental period. Ones that have specific understandings tend to have better adherence, and what we mean in the literature by specific understanding is that they know exactly what each part of the regimen is for and how it directly impacts their health. So rather than this global understanding that I need to take care of myself and I need to do a whole bunch of things, but the more we directly tie each specific medical recommendation with what the ramifications are for it, the better the adherence. In the adult literature, anxiety can be a positive thing in this case, so adults who tend to worry about their cystic fibrosis tend to have better adherence. Likewise, adults who tend to be more optimistic about their future also tend to have better adherence. And there aren't that many research studies looking specifically at adherence with children in cystic fibrosis. But with younger children, we do find that children with cystic fibrosis tend to take longer to eat than their matched controls. And of course, if we're prescribing increased caloric intake, we can imagine how long these meals are taking to try to consume. And so that is impacting adherence to the dietary recommendations. Okay. So looking at psychological adjustment, during the infancy and preschool age, at this early time point, patients with cystic fibrosis tend to have fewer health problems. Feeding and eating issues, if you are going to have difficulties during this age period, those tend to rise to the top, as well as medication administration. So young children tend to be very fearful of medication administration. So whether they're having to take oral medications, whether they have to use inhalers, or if they need IV medications, that can be very, very difficult for young children. So generally, young children are well adjusted and they tend to do very well on the bunny hill. Okay, moving to school age. At the school age period, children do want some independence, so you'll start to see children expressing their opinions. They tend to be hospitalized for the first time related to their cystic fibrosis. But again, during this age period, they are generally healthy. And psychosocially, they're generally very well adjusted, although they are at risk for anxiety and pain disorders on the green and blue runs, so during the school age period. And then there's adolescence. So during adolescence, like for all adolescents, cystic fibrosis adolescents are no exception. They do really look towards peer acceptance during this age period. They tend to be physically smaller than their peers, and that can lead to some body image issues. Adherence tends to be at its lowest during this time period. They are more at risk for mental health disorders, such as depression and anxiety. Strained parent-teenager relationships do occur. That's true across all adolescents, but of course with cystic fibrosis as well, and this can further lead to lower adherence. They also tend to experience increased hospital visits. So generally, across all of the age spans, adolescence is a time where they are at risk for poor adherence, depression, and anxiety. So the black diamonds are challenging. So I think this quote sums up adolescence fairly well. Get out of my life, but first could you drive Cheryl and me to the mall? I'm going to talk a little bit about general adolescent developmental periods, and then we can kind of superimpose cystic fibrosis on top of it, since this seems to be the age span where they're most at risk medically as well as for their mental health. So research shows that parents of adolescents tend to worry about depression and suicide in their teenagers, eating disorders, drugs and alcohol, whether they're going to succeed in school and then in the future in life. And then for chronically ill for parents of chronically ill children, managing their child's illness at a time when, of course, their children are wanting more independence. Typical developmental characteristics of adolescence. So concrete thinking still takes place around the early adolescence, the 10 to 14 year period. And then we increase towards abstract reasoning by 18 to 21. So that period in between 14 and 18 is a transition period where we're going from the concrete to the more abstract. This includes a gradual increase in cause and effect relationships, increase in autonomy or wanting to be more independent. It does include some rejection of family and adults moving towards more emancipation. Increased attachment to friends, so peer relationships become very, very important during this age period. And this can be a range of intense attachments to same-sex, to the development of more peer and even sexual relationships. And then identity development. So teenagers are trying to start to figure out who they are. And often they'll try on lots of different identity or personas until they find one that they're the most comfortable with. This can range from questioning, am I normal, am I typical, to experimenting with different personas until they find the one that fits them best. So it's important to decide where to set limits. Adolescents will test limits. That's their job. They're supposed to do that. And so caregivers have to really determine where to set limits and allow for these testing of limits to occur. The most successful caregivers with a child with a chronic illness consider what is dangerous and taking into account the medical regimen of what would be dangerous. And from there, determining what we're able to set limits on that can be tested and are negotiable, and what limits are not negotiable. And by having teenagers partake in this, it also leads to them increasing their ability to be good decision makers. So for chronically ill adolescents, it's hard to convince a high school student that he will encounter a lot of problems more difficult than those in algebra and geometry. So adolescents do tend to be very present focused, thinking of the immediate future. It's a lot harder for them to think of the delayed future. A lot of consequences of not adhering particularly well to your cystic fibrosis regimen have more delayed consequences. They're not as immediate. So with other chronic illnesses, if you decide not to take your medication, you'll have an immediate effect. You'll start to feel really sick right away. With cystic fibrosis, a lot of the things are a little bit more delayed, and so that makes adherence even that more challenging. Looking at adolescents' communication with their medical teams, which is critical, and this is, again, a time of transition where adolescents do want to become more involved in their care. They want to be more included in decision making. So looking at research that looks at communication with medical teams, we find that the duration and frequency of contact makes a difference. Gender tends to make a difference. Perceived attitudes towards the adolescent themselves makes a difference. Communication skills of the adolescent and then of the medical team members also makes a difference. Presence of parents and or residents also does make a difference. So having them present, not necessarily taking the lead, but being in the room, hearing what the recommendations are, being a support. Adolescents are less likely to raise personal or sensitive issues with their medical team members. They're less likely to ask questions that might suggest that they're not being adherent. And if there is a perceived lack of interest in their daily life, that also impacts communication. So they want their medical team members not only to be interested in their cystic fibrosis, but to be interested in them as a whole person, which includes the other things going on in their life. Qualitative research suggests some things that come out with adolescents with chronic medical conditions. And basically what they would like is they would like to be treated like a person. They want their caregivers, their medical team members to try to understand what it's like for them. They don't want to be treated differently than any other teenager. They want encouragement, so they definitely want to hear what they're doing right. They don't want to feel forced into doing things, so much more of a collaborative approach tends to work better. They would like options, so again, figuring out where choices can be made and how they can be included in those. Sense of humor is always helpful. And they want to know that their medical team members know what they're doing. And this quote by Hershey, I think also sums up adolescence very well. A boy becomes an adult 3 years before his parents think he does, and about 2 years after he thinks he does. So kind of somewhere in the middle. Okay. Second practical adjustment during adulthood for cystic fibrosis patients tends to look really good. And of course now with our medical advances, we're having more and more cystic fibrosis patients surviving well into adulthood. And adults living with cystic fibrosis have relatively normal functioning. So research shows that 50% are employed part or full-time. 28% have a college degree, and an additional 24% are full-time students working towards a college degree. 36% are married or living with a significant other. And in adulthood, with poor lung functioning does tend to lead to increased anxiety, which is to be expected. So we go back to this generally well-adjusted on the double black diamond phase of development. Okay, transition from pediatric to adult care. I don't know if the statistic has changed in the last few years, but as of 2009, 44 adult CF programs in the United States existed. The typical age of transition across the United States is 18 years of age. And factors that tend to lead to better transitions from pediatric to adult care was to have a lengthy transition period. So you don't want to start transitioning a week before the 18th birthday. This should be very planful. Early involvement of both the pediatric and the adult CF teams in the patient care. So there is a period of overlap where both teams are working on transitioning the patient from the pediatric care to the adult care facility. And along with this, transition of the medical regimen goes from the parents to a period of shared responsibility to a period where the young adults are responsible for themselves. Looking at quality of life, cystic fibrosis quality of life tends to relate to general health status. So not surprisingly, the healthier an individual is, the better their quality of life. It does also relate directly to pulmonary function. So the better the pulmonary function, the better the quality of life. And these studies have mostly been done with adults. There's very little research with children and quality of life. Okay, so what I wanted to do today is to focus on some practical interventions that we can do to assist with adherence and adjustment, particularly to the complex medical regimen. And so these are some things that we use in psychology all the time, but certainly you don't have to go to a psychologist in order to benefit from some of these things. So I figured I would do some demonstrations for you, and then you guys can try these out on your own. So one is meditation and guided imagery, and those two tend to go together. We're going to do a mind in the jar activity, distraction, and then positive self-talk. So I'm going to start off with a guided imagery, and I'm going to ask my audio-visual folks over here if we can go to the snow imagery. And this is something that can be done, for example, while a cystic fibrosis patient is having their chest physiotherapy. They can do this before going to bed at night, just to kind of relax and prepare their body for sleep. They can also do this at any time if they're feeling anxious or worried about something, or if they're having increased pain. And so a guided imagery starts off. You can have a visual to go with it. You don't have to. Lots of times people prefer just to kind of go into their mind. So I'm going to invite all of you to partake in a guided imagery with me this afternoon. And what we're going to do is we're going to start off with just relaxing our body. And you may decide to close your eyes. Many people find that that helps them to relax. Others find it helps to focus on a focal point. And I've provided the snow imagery for those that would like to focus on that, or you may focus on any focal point of your liking. And take a few moments to remember the last time that you were really, really relaxed. And how did that feel in your body to truly be relaxed? And as you take a deep breath in and hold it for a moment, and slowly breathe out, feel the comfort in your body. Let the rhythm of your breathing help to comfort your body. Breathing slowly in and out. Feeling the relaxation move through your body. Perhaps there's a particular part of your body that is more tense or stressed, and sending relaxation to that particular part. Feel your muscles relax. Even say to yourself, I am calm. I am relaxed. And go into your mind and see the gentle snowflakes falling. They begin far above your head. Watch them float down, slowly, softly. Catch a snowflake on your nose and feel how the heat of your body melts it instantaneously. Feel a snowflake on your eyes, on your shoulders, on your arms, on your legs. And as each snowflake falls, notice how the place where it touched your body is more relaxed. All the while breathing in and out. Imagine the snowflakes falling from above, each one an individual, no two alike. But when they work together and pack together, they can form things. Forming a snowdrift, rolling them together and packing them to make a snowball, packing more tightly together to make a snowman, and when you softly blow out the cold air, breathing in calm, crisp, fresh air. Notice how your body feels healed, whole, relaxed. Even saying to yourself, I am calm, I am relaxed, I am healing. If there's any part of your body that feels tense, you can send a snowblower to that area, and it can move that drift, that blockage, move it out of the way. So that fresh, clean, pure snow can fall in its place. Take a moment to truly feel this moment of relaxation and comfort. And know that you can come back to this moment at any point, whether it be in an hour, a few hours, later today, or even tomorrow. That you have the power to heal within yourself and to add comfort. And when you're ready, you can open your eyes if you close them. Re-alert yourself to our current surrounding, keeping with you the wonderful feeling of relaxation and comfort. So the next thing I'm going to do with you guys is called Mind in a Jar. And I have a couple of them here. I have something. And then, do I have a volunteer that would like to make one with me right now? Any of our families want to come up? Anybody? Yeah. Thank you. What's your name? Valeria, thank you. Okay. So what we're going to do is we're going to make a mind in the jar. Let me put this down for a minute. Okay. So you just get a plastic container and you fill it with 2/3 water and 1/3 vegetable glycerin. And warm water. That's a trick. Warm water. And then we use glitter. You can use glitter. You can use colored sand if you want. And what we're going to do is each of these colors of glitter are going to represent a different feeling. Okay? So when you look at these glitter colors, what feelings come to mind? What feeling would you attach to purple? Joy. Okay. And pink? Love. And silver? Happiness? How would you distinguish happiness and joy? What about turquoise? Relax. So what I want you to do, Valeria, is to put into the mind jar different pinches of each of these feelings, and if you're feeling one more than another, then you'll do a larger pinch. If you're feeling one less than another, it'll be a smaller pinch. Okay? So how much joy are you feeling today? All right. Okay. And love. You can also just okay. And relaxation. And worry. Okay. And we're going to put our top on. And for all of you that have the ones that I already made, if you can just shake it. So shake your mind jar up. Here's your mind jar. And you'll notice that this is much like your mind when you are overwhelmed, okay? So you have all of these things running around in there, swirling around in your mind. All of these feelings. And you can be feeling multiple feelings all at the same time. So we've got joy in here, and we've got worry in here. Perhaps you might have sadness, you might have anger, you might have resentment. And when, just like the jar, when our minds are overwhelmed, we have all of these feelings running around, and it can be a very chaotic place. And it's hard to get a lot of other things done because you're constantly bumping into something that's getting in the way. But if you put your mind jar down and you just take a few minutes to watch it, and you give it time. Valeria, what do you notice happening here with the glitter? Yeah. They're settling, right? Much like your thoughts can settle. And some will sink to the bottom. Perhaps those are your heavier thoughts. And some will float to the top. And those might be your lighter thoughts. But you create a clear space in between. And there's still some stragglers in here, so you're not completely clearing away all feelings from the present, but you're creating space in which you can focus on the things that you want to focus on, the things that are important to you. And much like the glitter settles, you can settle the thoughts and feelings in your mind as well and create clear space that allows you to focus on the things that are important to you, whether that be spending time with your family or your friends, or working on a school project, or in doing a favorite activity or hobby or sport. And you'll notice that we didn't take out any of those feelings. So it's the same amount that was in there before. We didn't remove any. We just allowed them to settle and create space for other things that you might find more important. Thank you. You can keep your mind jar. Positive self-talk can be also very helpful. We use some positive self-talk during the guided imagery, where stating to yourself, stating out loud that I am calm, I am relaxed, I can do this, I can handle this. So all of those can be very, very helpful. And distraction. So some of these work as double duty. So when you focus your attention on your mind jar, or when you focus your attention on your guided imagery, you are removing your attention from the other things that are getting in the way of you doing what you want to do. So by reshifting your attention and focusing on the things you want to focus on and not focusing on barriers, you actually feel better and you feel more in control. And some people can do distraction just by moving their attention. Some people need help from an outside thing. So whether it be a favorite television show or a favorite movie or video game, but something to distract themselves, especially perhaps while you're doing your chest physiotherapy, that can be rather lengthy, and can allow you to feel like you're doing something enjoyable or helpful while you're also attending to your medical needs. And if any caregivers or patients themselves feel that they truly are struggling with coping or adjustment, you can always come to see us in the psychology department. Any questions?
Stick that guy on. How are you feeling?
All right.
Cool. I think there's some
Sure. Yeah, that's fine.
Yeah. Just stick that right there.
Okay.
Cool. Take this one.
Okay. Are we good? Okay. Hi, everyone. My name is Carly Lindmeyer, and I'm an 18-year-old living with cystic fibrosis. This year, I made the transition from being a child with CF to being an adult with CF. And before sharing my recent experiences with that, I kind of want to preface it with my life growing up with CF. So I'll start from the beginning. I was born on April 13th, 1995, and not long after I was born, I stopped gaining weight, and I was sick more often, and after being tested, we found out that it was in fact cystic fibrosis. So I was diagnosed as failure to thrive on August 3rd, 1995, when I was 3 months old. Since then, I've never lived a day that wasn't centered around CF. I've always had the same basic routine of doing treatments, taking pills. When I'm sick, I go on IVs. The only difference between when I was first diagnosed and now is the amount of medications I take, because as many of you guys know, it's progressive, and that's just the nature of the disease. Growing up in elementary school, CF was just kind of something I had. It wasn't that I thought, every kid had to go home and take pills and stuff. I knew what it was. I knew that I was different, but I still considered myself a relatively normal child. Something that people are surprised to hear about me, though, is that up until almost middle school, I was extremely private about the fact that I had CF. I didn't want anybody to know. In elementary school, my teachers and the administration knew, of course, just because they had to, but the idea of divulging this information to my peers absolutely terrified me. I remember I used to leave to go to the bathroom 5 minutes before lunch started so that I could take my digestive enzymes in the privacy of a bathroom stall. Whenever I was on IV meds, which was a couple times throughout elementary school, not as often as now. Whenever I was on them, though, I'd have a PICC line in my arm, and I don't. Kids believe anything, you know. I used to convince them that, you know, I fractured my elbow or something, and that's why my arm was wrapped up, or I just sprained it, or, you know, I didn't want anybody to ask me questions about it. Even telling my closest friends was a huge secret, though. I made it a big deal. I pulled them aside and said, "You can't tell anybody about this. This is between me and you." And I don't know, I was just scared of rejection, and I was scared of being looked at differently, and honestly, I didn't want people to ask me any questions about it. One of the biggest turning points in my life, though, was when I was in 5th grade. I was 10 years old, and in our class, we had to do a report on one of the organs in the body, and for obvious reasons, I chose to do the lungs. So I did my research and made this report, and on the due date, everybody in the class had to go up and read one section of the report to the class. On that day, I decided to be daring, and I read the introduction to my report, which told the reasoning behind why I chose the lungs. And so I just told my entire class that I have cystic fibrosis. And I was terrified, you know, but when I finished, people didn't seem to really care that much. And I wasn't even offended or anything. I was just so relieved, you know. That's all I wanted. I was okay with people knowing, and I was still Carly. And so I'm still proud of myself 8 years later for doing that, because who knows, maybe if I didn't do that, I might not be here right now speaking. So yeah, I'm just glad that I broke down that barrier and overcame that fear early on instead of later in my life. So since that day, I started to become much more open. Through middle school and high school, I talked openly about it. I would write papers about it, do other projects, just with CF as my inspiration. I started blogging, and eventually I started doing small public speaking things like this and other public speaking. In the meanwhile, my disease was gradually progressing. Like I said, it's just the nature of the disease. My lungs stayed okay overall, but I started experiencing hospital visits for the first time in 8th grade. Up until then, I was allowed to do IV medications at home, so the tune-ups in the hospital were kind of a new thing to me. I also started getting sinus issues. I had my first sinus surgery in 2009. I started having diabetes issues. I started with testing my blood sugar, and then slowly developed into full-blown diabetes, and now I wear this fancy little pink insulin pump. Everything started to add up with my medications, but I wasn't bombarded at once, so it just all became part of my routine. But when it started adding up, when it became more than just the basic treatments and pills and every once in a while IVs, I needed an outlet, and so I started talking to more people online and started to join the CF community. This was around my freshman year in high school. And it fascinated me, and I was excited because I knew that other people had CF, but when you don't talk to people very often on a daily basis, you wonder, do they do treatments too? Or do they go through the same things as me? And the answer is yes. So many people, we're all just like a big family, and we all understand what the other person is going through. But in doing so, in joining the CF community, it was really a blessing and a curse. A blessing, obviously, because we had each other, but a curse because I learned the nature of the disease. I experienced or I saw sickness that I had never experienced. I was introduced to death as a normal thing, and that was tough for me because I thought it was kind of rare that people died from CF, and I didn't really know much about it. So that was part of my transition phase, just seeing that through the CF community, the online community, just, the first time I ever lost somebody that I knew in person was my freshman year. Her name was Emily, and she was in her mid-20s, and she was like a mentor with me. She helped me with the first speech I ever spoke. She gave me tips, and she was just always there. And she got really sick when I was a freshman, and after 3 months in the hospital, she passed away. And that was just a huge shock to me, and because she seemed healthy, you know. And so from that point on, it was the time that I kind of realized that we weren't fighting to maintain CF, we were fighting to like stay alive in the long run, you know. This wasn't just something that we just fix the symptoms and we'll be okay for the rest of our life. So that was a wake-up call. Seeing this happen, it definitely had a negative effect on me, and what I'm about to talk about is a pretty raw side of me, but after Emily's death, there was a part of me that just was, I don't know, it was permanently broken, I guess. And so freshman year and sophomore year were the first years that I went through depression, and normally I don't like talking about it. I used to hide that too, but it's the bare truth about living with and around CF, and it's something you need to talk about because it's such an evil disease. But my perspective on life after going through that depression has changed a lot, and eventually I learned not to be ashamed of it because it's a real thing that I got through. And thankfully I'm happy as ever right now. My perspective on life has totally changed, but I wouldn't be that way if I didn't go through that. The reasons I share such intimate details are, number one, I want others who have CF and are depressed to know that it is normal and you can get through it. The key is to stay physically healthy and as optimistic as you possibly can. And number two, going through my depression shaped me into the young adult that I am today. On a side note, since I'm on that topic, it's kind of belated, but I wanted to say, excuse me, a huge thank you to the CF team here at Chalk who, sorry. Thank you. I want to say a thank you to the CF team here at Chalk for helping me get through that time in my life. And everybody here is remarkable, and I'm so lucky that I had all of you guys. Sorry. Getting through that was the best thing I could have done for myself, and as well as for the people that love me. So with the end of that time in my life came a new phase, which was transitioning into adulthood. I was always taught to know exactly what meds I took and the reason behind each one, which helped a lot. I always strive for independence at home, but still had someone to rely on. Thank you. Thanks. I was slowly mentally preparing myself leading up to my 18th birthday for that transition into adulthood, where I go from the pediatric CF clinic here at Chalk to another local adult center. In September of 2012, though, 7 months before my 18th birthday, something happened. My medical insurance changed unexpectedly, and not only was I going to lose the CF team that had taken care of me for years, but I now had to make 2 transitions, one to the pediatric CF team in LA, and one 7 months later to the corresponding adult clinic. I felt like my life had been turned upside down because I had been with these people for so long, and I wondered if, I was convinced that my quality of care was going to go down, and just because I trusted everybody here so much. And also it was a major bummer to go from a 10-minute drive to Chalk down the street to an hour and 10-minute drive to LA. So I was pretty bummed about it. My first visit to the clinic in LA was emotional, and I didn't want to offend them, but I just really missed everybody at Chalk. But upon my first visit, I learned that they have this policy that they allow 17-year-olds to come by themselves to the clinic. So my mom came with me for the first visit, and I think the second visit too, and just to get ourselves introduced to everybody. But after that, I started driving to LA by myself. I would pick up my prescriptions by myself, and I was able to build a one-on-one relationship with my doctors. And I think by the time I turned 18, the transition to their adult clinic was a piece of cake because I had been doing this for 7 months before. And I really learned that sometimes things are meant to fall out of place or to fall apart so that something better can fall into place. And I love both Chalk and the current team that I'm with, and my quality of care didn't decrease, and the transition to a new clinic went really smoothly. As for adult life at home, my independence has increased greatly since I turned 18. Right now I'm solely responsible for managing my appointments, making decisions for my health, and keeping up with the prescriptions, and keeping myself healthy. I don't want to, I've made so many mistakes growing up, and I don't want people to think that I'm this perfect kid who takes all her medicine and doesn't miss anything, because I'm not. But something I've learned from growing up is that adulthood means self-motivation, and I no longer take meds because I have to take meds, and I no longer take meds because I want to keep my doctors and my parents healthy. I take them because I want to live to see the cure for this disease, and I want to feel good, and I'd like to become a self-sufficient adult also. My motivation just comes from living in a full and happy life. As an adult, I also learned that it's okay to ask for help if needed. It doesn't mean you're weak, it just means you recognize that you're not meant to carry the burden all by yourself. But my current goal is to always balance health, college, and my social life, so I live a full and happy life. I'm currently a full-time student, and I still have time to hang out with my friends, but right now health is number one, and it's just my main focus. If I could take back having CF, I wouldn't do it, because my perspective on life is what it is, because CF has taught me to be patient and to be thankful for all the small things in life. Nevertheless, we still want a cure, and I plan to keep on keeping on until that day comes. So, yeah. Does anyone have any questions? Okay.
So what are you studying?
I'm at a community college doing general ed, but I want to transfer somewhere and study communication disorders. So, yeah. Uh-huh.
Shaw, so I didn't have the pleasure of meeting you. I'm sorry. Oh, sorry. Thank you. I'm one of the newer physicians here at Shaw, so I didn't have the pleasure of meeting you while you were here. But, you know, in this setting, it would be nice for me to know as a physician and as a care team here at Shaw and other care teams what we, you know, we're transitioning in 1821, what we could do to, and insurance is one of the big things now that kind of dictates our care, what we could do to help you and your family as we get closer to that time, inevitable time, to make that transition better. Do you have any thoughts or?
I think what the last speaker said too, that the key is to make it gradual, and you want to, it's okay to step out of your comfort zone sometimes, but you don't want to just like throw them out there, you know. I think, I mean, for me, the fact that I was able to go when I was 17 before I was an adult really helped. I know that that was just their policy. I don't know if that's even possible to do here, but I think, yeah, just the key is just to make it as gradual as possible without, you know, you don't want to take up too much time either, but just make sure they're comfortable, but at the same time keep them educated on things that they need to do as an adult.
Thank you so much.
Sure.
Anybody else?
What's next in the life of Carly after like college? Aspirations.
I want to, like I said, I want to study communication disorders, and my plan right now is to become a speech pathologist. I think I want to work in schools, so yeah.
Super cool.
Yeah.
Rock.
So do you, Cole.
I wanted to ask you, you know, since you've been through this as a child, and I have a child who's 14, she's going to be 15, but she doesn't really want to be responsible for her own medication. So, what advice do you have?
Well, one thing I can say is you can talk to my mom. I definitely went through that too, and you know, sometimes tough love is the best way to go, and there's going to be times that she doesn't want to, and that's normal, because who wants to go home and take medications when you could be hanging out with your friends? You know, the best thing that I can suggest is, you know, just keep reminding her to do it, and in the end, it'll be totally worth it, because her health will stay okay for the future. Yep. Alright. We good? Anybody else?
Thanks again, Carly.
Sure.
We're going to have a quick break before we start with the next speakers. And I just want to say thank you to Carly for being today.
now they can hear us. It's the perfect year.
Yeah, really. When you hear that, yeah, when you hear that whining noise. There is like I have white noise, but it's the noise part of it. Landing in Pueblo. There's a push button on the side. Yeah, it took me a while. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. I was gonna say my first paragraph is kind of like my how-to and where I'm from. So yeah, and just a parent. I'm a parent. I'm a parent of 2 teens. Yeah. Yeah, but that's like my opening sentence, so it's, you know, it's kind of the same thing. Yeah. It's kind of like, that's my because everybody's like, oh, that's so cool. It's funny because I have other people ask me about like where I'm from, anything. It's funny, yeah. Yeah. Like, oh, I want to go there. Just a parent we're dealing with the college transition.
I think a lot about that. So I'm anxious to hear your speech.
Yeah, because mine, well, they're first of the 3. Literally, I got like 2 days before. I'm like reading it word for word because I'm done with it. Like, don't mind me, but I'm reading it.
It's funny.
I was here yesterday.
And I was on my computer watching this their main
I left
guy.
home about 4:15 this morning. And she
I was on the phone with her too. And I told Micah, make sure you have someone here. What's going on?
Well, and it can go, it can be general.
Yeah, so right, so we treat things, I mean, we use the content of things like in treatment, so school related,
I mean, that's the one that is scariest because that really affects.
right,
Yeah.
The other part of the lab? The other lab, you mean, or?
Yeah, that's yeah. Can I see that? Check. See that? Check. Sweet. So now we are completely isolated from this room. So now we'll have crystal clear audio all the time with every speaker.
Okay, so you're gonna have it going in both places?
No, this is going to go on the speakers from here on out. So whoever's on the podium, we're going to put this lav on.
You wanna kill this one?
No, leave that on too. This is only in case they walk away from the podium. So when the lady went over here to just do her thing, there was no audio. But now we'll have audio from our lavalier, we'll have audio from our podium mic, mixed together, everything going to one audio feed. So it should be. So now if I had another lav, I could plug in another lav and gotten more and more going. If I would have known that this house audio was going to give us this problem, I would have just done this from the get-go.
Should be fine.
Yeah.
They'll probably tell you that we're not taking it.
There's a lot of stuff I do. I'm like, because I'm wherever it checks up now. Let's go. So it's kind of like going.
I know, and I was like,
We don't want to talk about is that
Yeah, now it's all
Thanks for doing that.
Sure.
glitch. It's very minor compared to how I saw when we first got here for the first 45 minutes to an hour. It's like, what? Hey, come on, me too. Yeah, we really had to find some room. Nope, this is it. Nope, this was it. Yeah, I'll wait till Monday. With your permission, last
Who's in the back?
We're gonna use this one.
Oh, okay. I was like, I didn't.
This is for our online audience, so let's keep talking into this, but use this for the room.
Okay, perfect. Okay. I think I'll wait a moment then.
Oh, yeah.
Can I laugh you up as well, just in case you walk away from the podium that will...
He's just gonna do the
I'm just going to do an
introductions.
intro.
Oh,
so
okay,
it'll be like.
so the next person, if you can put that on there.
Then maybe I'll
Okay, perfect.
You're going to go. Make you official.
supposed to project, speak louder, or use a handheld mic that you see on the podium?
Okay, I will probably use the handheld then, because I'm
Okay,
a
perfect.
little bit soft-spoken.
Will it be this one?
Yeah.
And it is on.
Okay.
If you want to put the other lab on, then you don't have to hold this.
I can hold that, that's fine. And is the mic on the podium on as well?
Yeah, it's for the online.
That's online and this is online.
Yeah.
And then there's that for the room.
This is for the room.
Okay, I'll just, yeah,
Okay.
use them all three.
So many.
Do you want it? You can use it to start there. I'm an idiot. There you go.
Go ahead, sir. Why don't we get started with our second half of the series today? Again, I wanted to thank everyone, especially our speakers, our families, the vendors, our CF team. It's really great to see everyone coming here with the same interest of learning more about CF and preparing for life's transitions. In that regards, I'm very happy and to introduce Carrie and Krista, who are both parents of patients who have cystic fibrosis. Carrie will be our first speaker, and she has an 11-year-old daughter with cystic fibrosis. She came all the way here from Iowa, so welcome to California.
Thank you.
And she'll be talking about life's transitions from elementary to teenage years. And Krista has 2 teens with cystic fibrosis, and she'll be talking about a transition from teen age years to adult and college years. So thank you, and let's get started.
Thank you very much, and thank you for inviting me here to share with you today. I'd also like to further extend that thank you out to Vertex for sponsoring my journey here. And just really quickly, I do need to let you know that I have been compensated to be and share with you today, and also let you know that neither myself nor my daughter take any medications that are made by Vertex. So with that out of the way, I do have an 11-year-old daughter with cystic fibrosis, and her name is Krista Nicole. You know, Krista, I wish she could be here with me today. She's just a sweet-hearted, freckly-faced little gal, full of contagious life and energy. As for my family, I think we've come to a point where we can say that Krista's CF and all has just brought us so many blessings, some of them blessings in disguise, but she truly is a gift to our family. And I think we've come to a point where, you know, we feel like we're just going to do everything we can do to live well within these realities of living with CF. So in addition to Krista, my husband Kevin and I have three other children. We have a teenage son named Devin, and we have twins who are 4 years old named Aaliyah and Brielle. My husband Kevin and I go way back. We were high school sweethearts. Just to give you a little quick history here, I went to college to study nursing. Nursing was an idea and a career that I did love, but at the time I was also very lovesick. My heart led me back home, and I finished my degree at a local college. And you know, we got married, we bought a farm. He's a farmer. And we had Devin, so we started things boom, boom, boom. And life was good. Everything seemed to be moving along really smoothly. But about 18 months after we had Devin, we had another son who we named Brendan, and Brendan was stillborn at term. So for us, it was our first very serious heartbreak at that point. And what this meant 18 months later when we learned that we were expecting Krista was that we would be following her development in utero under a literal magnifying glass. We wanted to see every aspect of her, you know, developing and make sure we could ward off any of the problems that we'd had before. And it was in my 3rd trimester with Krista that her doctor noted that portions of her bowel appeared to be a little bit loopy and kind of dilated, and he just completely threw out off the top of his head that once in a while you'll see this with CF kids. Okay, we didn't really know much about CF, but we did agree just to stop at the lab that day for the genetic testing, and you know, they drew our blood and we went home. And it was about a week later that we got the call that Kevin and I both did indeed test positive for the carrier status. And so at this point, I'm big and pregnant, and I'm running down our stairs to the storage room, and I grabbed some of my nursing textbooks. I brought them up, and I remember very clearly I had them all sprawled out in front of me on my bed, and just frantically flipping through those pages, looking for any kind of information that I could find on CF at the time. And eventually, my eyes stopped on a chilling sentence that I remember to this day that spoke to the life expectancy of a child with CF. And from that point, my heart dropped. I just sat there in a confusion of the disbelief, and I'm sure there was anger at that point, and sadness. And I remember driving to the farm where my husband was working, and just tears, and looking to him for comfort. And at that point, all he really had was a hug, probably, to comfort me. And I'm sure we both felt like we needed to be strong. And we didn't know what was ahead. Neither of us knew what lay in front of us at that point. And in June of 2002, then, we did meet our daughter, this little girl that we had bonded so closely with through all these ultrasounds we'd been having and Frere. Krista weighed 7 pounds and 5 ounces, and even though she was born with an abdominal atresia, which some of you might know is a fairly serious complication, she needed surgery right away after birth. Everything with the delivery went smoothly, and we just wanted to believe that she was normal. We wanted to enjoy these days with her and kind of live unburdened by all these other thoughts of CF, because she obviously hadn't had the testing yet. When we took her home, Krista still had a 3-inch surgical scar on her little tummy. She wasn't a fussy baby, but one of the big red flags was that she had a tremendous appetite. She ate all the time. And she was pale, and she was bird-like thin, too. Looking back, she was a stark contrast from her big brother, who was built more like a linebacker as a toddler. But, she was healing well from the surgery, and Kevin and I still just really wanted to believe that Krista was just fine. The blinders did finally come off, though. A week or so after we were home, we got the diagnosis that she had cystic fibrosis. And ironically, I don't think that I even cried that day. I think that there was a small amount of relief felt in just knowing what we were dealing with now, and knowing that we could move forward from this point and just start adjusting to this new reality. And it was a reality that now included CF, and we put the word out there to our family and friends and the people close to us to let them know what we were dealing with, and they would stop by to visit, and there was this vague sense of they didn't really know whether they should congratulate us or should they comfort us at that point. And years later, even my own mother, who is very loving and very supportive of our family and my children, confided in me that in those initial few weeks with Krista at home, that she had, just to guard her own heart, kind of held back from even trying to bond with her, because in her words, she feared that Krista was not long for this world. No one wanted to tell us how ill our baby looked outright, because they could see how happy we were just to have her here. So we carried that happiness into our new reality, the reality that included CF, and getting used to this regimen of the breathing treatments and the chest physiotherapy and the medications. And as you all know, it's daunting and it's difficult at first. And to make that happen for us, we had to stick to a really strict schedule. I have memories of being in church or maybe at a restaurant, and it would be feeding time. And if you've been through this, you know, one of you is trying to comfort that screaming, hungry baby, and the other one is trying to pour the digestive enzymes onto applesauce, and you're feeding applesauce to this tiny newborn, and everyone in the restaurant is watching you. And it really used to bother me and get under my skin that people would stop. I would think they have the audacity to stop what they're doing, and they would turn and they would watch our family. But I think over the years that's kind of worn off, and as Krista's grown up now, she swallows handfuls of pills, and I don't think twice about pulling big pill planners out of my purse. And I think our motto just really quickly became, you do what you have to do. And as she's grown up, I am happy to say that Krista is adopting that way of thinking herself. You know, the nebulizers, the vest, the meds, they're really just a routine part of her life right now. You know, I have to admit, though, that now she's 11. We're in the preteen stage and looking forward to the teenage years, as I see my son being a teenager and hear from other parents. It's not really surprising to me that she's procrastinating and arguing a little more about the treatments when they need to be done. And, I understand, and I think as a parent, I recognize that there are a lot of other fun things that she would rather be doing. You know, we live on an active farm. There's fun things there. She'd rather be with her friends, after school activities, sports. Treatments are beginning to feel like work for her to fit in. So for us, what's worked is to just try and make the treatment process a little more comfortable for her. In our home, we've set up an area where everything is easily accessible for her to do her treatments, take her medications. She has access to TV, computer, music. You know, sometimes it's just a place where her friends want to come and hang out with her, maybe even just her big brother sometimes. He can be really supportive too. You know, it's just comfort is the word. Just making her comfortable has helped to make her a little more compliant there, I think, because for Kevin and I, it's just not an option for her to skip, and I think that's really the big thing that we're trying to reinforce with her now. Thankfully, she is responsible enough to help initiate these treatments now, and we know that if we need to leave the house for the night or be gone for the weekend, that she can kind of carry out a routine herself, and that's a huge comfort to a CF parent. I can tell you the problem-solving issues we run into are times maybe when she's invited to go somewhere, maybe spend some time with friends or extended family. And, you know, I know as parents, we're always concerned about what our kids are doing when they're out of our sight, and probably doubly so for those of us that are raising CFers. And to that end, I think we try really hard, as Carly said, to teach our kids why they're doing what they're doing so that they understand. And we found that that's very important with Krista, to help her understand what she's doing daily. And she also has to understand what she can handle and what she cannot handle. Just for an example here, I guess I can tell you that right now when Krista goes to sleepovers, we have a kit that we refer to as her travel treatments. And it's just something that we kind of built together with her and our CF care team. And it allows her to go and do the fun things that she wants to do and yet still be responsible for her healthcare needs. So, and then, you know, I just explain things to her friends' parents and learn that I have to just step back and trust that they will initiate, you know, when it's time for her to do what she needs to do, that they'll give her a gentle reminder, and I have to trust that she's going to do it on her own. My husband and I both feel that with privileges come responsibility, and, you know, as she's preparing for middle school, we just keep plugging away and trying to instill that in her. I think, you know, she's also had to learn the flip side of this too, that there are consequences. You know, when you're sick, it's tough to miss out on the fun things that the other kids are doing, and those are hard times for a kid. I also always have to mention that we're really fortunate to have a great school system to partner with. For probably the past 5 years, they've provided private transportation to and from school for her so that she doesn't have to ride a dusty school bus, which if you're from the city, that might be a little bit odd sounding, but we live in a very rural area. There's lots of gravel roads, and for her to travel to and from school on the bus would mean 30 minutes to 45 minutes sitting in a dusty atmosphere, which, you know, not good for a CF child. So, you know, we've managed to cultivate a great relationship with our school nurse there. She'll call and let me know if there is maybe some kind of a viral outbreak going on, or the flu, sometime when we might want to give Krista a little bit of extra time at home just to kind of minimize her exposure to something. It's comforting to me as a parent to know that her siblings and her classmates are overall pretty accepting of her. You know, they've just grown up with her. She's never hid it. She's always done the medications in front of them. If she does a treatment at school, nothing's really a shocker there anymore. And we're grateful that most of the time, I say most of the time, she's included and accepted by her peers, the other girls in her class, and the parents, which makes me think that there, you know, once in a while, we do run into an issue, you know, with a parent that maybe isn't educated, and to that end, I just put it out there. I try to educate anyone that's willing to listen about what CF really is, so that they have that information. CF doesn't need to be a fear. We're to a point now where I feel like CF really doesn't scare us, but it does wear us down. You know, for years I felt like maybe we need to sleep with one eye open. And I think it would be even more appropriate to say sleep with one ear open. I can't tell you the number of nights that Kevin and I will lay in bed and just kind of listen to Krista's cough rattle down the hall, and you know, it's in those moments that something that sounds like a common cold to many parents is really a haunting sound to us. And it's those moments that I wish I could just, in the still of the night, walk down the hall and just lift the CF from Krista's little body. But unfortunately, CF is unrelenting, and we really just can't choose to look the other way or to wish it away like that. I have to say that's one reason that I find support and information from our CARES team to be really vital. I think that the relationship with them, I was really pleased to see the relationship that Carly had with her care team here. We're blessed to have a knowledgeable and caring team on our side, and by working closely with them, I feel like we're taking these important steps to make sure that we're getting the best health care for Krista that we can. CF definitely cannot be fought single-handedly. Again, if we want to go out, we need to know that there's going to be family and friends that can step in and help us out a little bit. For me, I really find it crucial to just keep myself kind of charged, because we just never know when our next big challenge is coming. And it's different for everyone, but, for me, staying charged maybe just means grabbing coffee with a friend, or maybe a little retail therapy or something. Something that helps me shift. Everyone laughs when I say that. Just anything that will help you kind of shift the focus in your head a little bit. I think I would encourage anyone else here today who is caring for a loved one with CF to, really just try and find that time that you can carve out for yourself and keep yourself charged up too, because I'm sure, like me, you just never know when that next big hurdle is coming. So today I have more than a decade of experience with CF, which seems hard to imagine because I feel like, Krista should still be a toddler. It's gone so fast. And personally, I'm just working to do the best I can do as a parent. We've learned again that we can't wish CF away, and we've tried, but we can't work it away. So instead, our family is just striving to live each day with purpose and grace. And to conclude, I guess it's my hope for you and all of you as families living with CF that you can also count your blessings and just do everything that you can do for your own family to live well within your own day-to-day realities. So with that, I thank you. And I'll hand the mic over to Krista.
Yeah, the other Krista.
Mike's? Yeah, the other Krista. Krista with a K.
No, I have a belt.
We have a little.
Mm-hmm. Yep. I think that'll work. I think that's still, yeah, it's still on. Just switch places here real quick. Good afternoon. My name is Krista, and yes, like Carrie, I do have to thank Vertex for allowing me to be here today to share my story, and I am speaking on their behalf. I am compensated to be here, and none of my loved ones are also on Vertex medication. So, and thank you, each and every one of you, for taking time out of your busy schedule to be here today. We all know how hectic cystic fibrosis is, so thank you so much for sharing your time with us, too. I moved to Montana about 20 years ago on a whim with a road map. Moving around as an Air Force brat, I became resourceful. I was good at adapting. So I considered this move a real challenge. I rented a ranch where my nearest neighbor was a mile away, and I decided I was going to ask the old rancher if I could help out around the place to reduce my rent. And I can see the war raging in the old rancher's eyes, the transplanted city girl who'd be nothing but trouble, or free labor. Well, free labor won out. I was shown the horse I could ride and how to saddle it, and I was told, keep up or get lost. I like to think I became a true cowgirl in this experience, riding and herding cows with my boots and spurs on. And I also learned to take whatever challenges came my way. I learned to be tough. After a few years, I got married and had 2 wonderful kids. They mean everything in the world to me. My oldest is Jessica, and my son Chase is just 2 years younger. We like to think ourselves as a normal family, but, well, maybe typical. normal in our own minds. And did I mention that both of my children have cystic fibrosis? That's right, both of my kids have CF, but I don't have CF kids. We decided soon after their diagnosis that cystic fibrosis would not run our lives. We would fit CF into our lives. Jessica was born in January. She had her first sinus infection in March. She was sick from the very beginning, but unfortunately, we still had a long journey towards diagnosis. She was constantly coughing, had sinus infections, and had, I hope that wasn't important, sorry, had the worst digestive system ever. I really feel bad that we called her Little Miss Poops a lot as a baby. Looking back, though, these are classic symptoms of cystic fibrosis. Throughout my infant's toddler and younger years, we were continually at the doctor's office for various things, but were never quite able to connect the dots as to why Jess was sick so much. In fact, at one point, I was asked to leave a doctor's office after 2 years of multiple appointments because there's nothing wrong with your daughter. You're looking for something that just isn't there. Less than a month later, Jess was diagnosed with cystic fibrosis. She was 8 years old. When Jess was diagnosed, it was almost a blessing. While I never would have chosen for my daughter to be sick, she had been sick for so long that I thought, at last, we know what this is. Now let's do something about it. 2 weeks later, we went back to see the pediatrician. We had gotten Jess's genetic test results back and were determining her best course of treatment when the doctor suggested that we have Chase tested also, even though he wasn't showing symptoms. So we were sitting in the doctor's office, and the nurse came in and handed the doctor a paper and took the kids out for a treat. And I remember wondering why the nurse was taking the kids out for a soda when the doctor just looked at their father and I and said, I don't know how to tell you this, but Chase just came back with a positive result also. I went numb and I was speechless. It wasn't that Chase's diagnosis was worse. It was that both of my kids had just been diagnosed with a life-shortening disease that I knew absolutely nothing about. And that's also one of the reasons why I'm here today, is to help spread awareness. So we left the doctor's office with a stack of prescriptions for pills and breathing treatments, a 6-year-old and an 8-year-old who were both hungry. We got them dinner somewhere, and we started the 3-hour drive home. I don't remember that drive. That was November 1st. Their father left for a hunting trip on November 2nd. This began the demise of my marriage and the kids' family as they knew it. Tough doesn't even begin to describe how I had to be. When we met with the team from our CF Center for the first time, I told the specialist that I was going to question everything he said to me. He told me that was great, that I should question him, that I need to learn this disease, and I know my kids better than anyone else, and I'm also their best advocate. So developing a close working relationship with our care team was an important first step. And I learned about the disease from the material his office provided and from the Cystic Fibrosis Foundation. I learned how important it is to keep kids with CF as healthy as possible. My kids were diagnosed late, but fortunately now, all of the states have newborn screenings, and I was able to keep my kids as healthy as possible for a long time. You know, over the years, something else that's helped keep my kids healthy is building a good relationship with their doctor. I'm so thankful that the doctor and our team is open to conversations, but I'm sure he really regrets giving me his cell phone number, but only in emergencies, I promise. We put a true team of healthcare professionals together and in place for not only the care of my kids, but also help them transition into being independent. You know, as a parent, letting your kids grow up is hard, but letting your kids grow up with a chronic condition is almost impossible. Yet I wanted to give my kids the chance to live independent lives as adults by ensuring they do have the skills that they're going to need to manage their own health and their health care. To do this, they must first accept the fact that managing CF must be a top priority in their life. They have to take over their treatment and medication schedules. They have to know how to schedule appointments, reorder medications, ask questions, and just simply speak up if something doesn't sound quite right. Kids with CF should also know how to complete a health history, stay overnight in a hospital when they're by themselves, and just be proactive about staying on their treatments. I say this as if it's an easy task. Trust me, it isn't. But one of the hardest parts for me is making peace with the fact that both of my kids are growing up. I'm there for them whenever they want me, but I really try not to be the hovering parent. So my best advice to other parents and caregivers for CF is to start early. I've spoken to a number of college students who were so overwhelmed when they got out to the real world because they weren't sure of what the details were. I see evidence of my success, though, such as when my up-and-coming independent daughter called the pharmacy and got enough medication to get through the weekend when I was out of town, or when my son told the school nurse, "I'm already on the medication for whooping cough, but I'll make sure to tell my team and my mom." So, even though my kids have had many academic achievements and they're active in their school and their sports, the fact that my kids are making adult decisions when it comes to their health care makes me the proudest. So when it came to time for Jess to choose a college, she thought about going to a school out of state, and then she decided she wasn't quite ready to be out on her own, at least not to that degree anyway. So she chose to go to a university about 30 miles away. That way, I'm close enough if she wants me to be there, but I don't necessarily need to know when the frat parties are. So, after Jess made her choice, we talked to her doctor and her team as to what recommendations he had for her college. He was really helpful. He wrote a letter to the school and was saying, just the different needs she would have, like not sharing a community bathroom. Unfortunately, the disabilities office at her school has been great about making accommodations, and they got her a freshman apartment on campus with just one other roommate who is a childhood friend that Jess knows and knows about Jess's medical needs. It's because of those medical needs that we're trying to keep our expectations realistic. Don't get me wrong, Jess is so excited about going off to college and getting away from small town life and carving out a new identity for herself. And I am so excited for her. Most kids plan their entire college careers. Jess is planning hers one semester at a time. There's no escaping the fact that Jess's CF is progressing. So right now, we're going, again, one step at a time. She finished her first year at MSU with a 3.8 grade point average. We couldn't be more happy. We're very proud. Her biggest concern is to be hospitalized during the semester because missing 2 weeks of college is almost impossible to make up. She also schedules her classes to try and fit around her treatment schedules. And I'm always available to offer whatever support and encouragement I can. But again, try not to be the hovering mom. In the meantime, though, I still have Chase to look after. And Chase is at the age where he's wanting to make decisions based on his health as a 17-year-old boy that he's maybe not necessarily ready to make yet, but we are working through it. He is seeing a counselor, and he's trying to work through his feelings, too, on how to best deal with his CF. We have tough times. That's how families deal with cystic fibrosis, but we don't let the tough times bring us down. We live our lives as we always have. Jessica and Chase both know what kind of CF treatments and medications they need to take. We plan ahead, we just try and plan ahead sometimes, make adjustments, and adapt. For other parents and other people with cystic fibrosis, I urge you to speak up. Be an advocate for your own health and for that of your loved ones. Make sure you are all learning the skills you're going to need to manage CF, especially during those important transition times. Have conversations with your healthcare providers. Be realistic and try to adapt to CF, but never settle. There's going to be plenty of times that are going to be good times and bad times. So make sure you take good care of yourself so you can take care of your loved ones. For me, doing anything outside is a stress reliever. In fact, I met my fiance on a 3-day river rafting trip, and let me tell you, if anyone is interested in you after 3 days on a river, it is definitely not because of your looks. So I highly recommend joining a support group or going for counseling. Don't feel like you have to go through this alone. In closing, I'd like to say I've never learned to take anything for granted. I tell my kids I love them every day, and I look forward to the future. There will be hard times ahead, but we're pretty tough. And as I said earlier, we don't let CF slow us down. We fit CF into our lives. Thank you all very much for your time. Do you want that one? Okay.
Thank you so much. I think that was very informative, inspiring, and in our during this conference, getting the perspective of the patient and the parents, I think, is really quite amazing. Do we have any questions for our wonderful speakers?
I have a question.
Rima.
For both of you, what do you think from your perspective as two of them, as care providers? What can we do differently to be more effective from your perspective?
Communication for me is just, I guess, the biggest thing. Oh, sorry. Yeah, sorry. I'd say communication is one of the biggest things. I've tried from an early age to have my kids have conversations with their healthcare providers so that they feel comfortable talking to them. That's a huge thing, that they have to have that confidence in themselves and the comfort with their team. But also, I guess, understanding the different phases of life that, there's so many things other than CF that are going on, particularly in teenage and high school years, that affect their overall health. So just kind of an overall picture, I guess.
Yeah, and yeah, I definitely second the communications. I think along those lines also just making that connection with the child and their family and really learning, what makes that kid tick and how do these parents operate, and learning all the little ins and outs about them, I think will help them too. And I think, when my daughter knows that someone cares about her and that's why they're asking these questions, and when she understands that, I would guess that she's going to be more forthright with them and, more compliant probably in the end, so. Mm-hmm.
Are there any other questions from the group? Now's your time to ask. I think it's a really great conference that we've had. Hearing people's perspectives, really seeing so many different people from different facets all here to learn more about CF, to help fight this disease and eventually cure this disease. It's in talking to people, it really is a team, a group effort. It includes obviously the patient first, the family, parents, extended family, aunts, uncles, grandparents, pharmaceuticals, and the CF team. So it really is a huge group that's trying to work together all for this common goal of helping our patients and making sure that they live healthy lives and do the things that they want to do and go to college and accomplish everything that they dream about. So thank you.
Well, I think that we're finished for the day, and feel free to see the vendors before you go. if you need any information or anything. And I just want to say thank you to everybody for being here and making this a great day.